the lead reviewer for this interesting book that we have read over the last 1 month, titled "How to Sell to Nigerians." And I want to believe that we have people on this call who are willing to increase their revenues. I mean, for those who have businesses here, or for those who are, willing to start a business anytime soon. This session is actually one of the best sessions I think you can, you know, attend to understand the art of business, understand how to bring in customers, understand how to maintain customers. Um, Without wasting much time, I would like to we have Khadija Abiola, we have Nusaiba Abdul Fattah, we have Ridwan Ganil. Yeah, we also have Sharif Alaraba. Somehow Simbiat Oladapo would not be able to join us on this call, but inshallah our part is well catered for. And we also have Abdul Rahim Abdul Qadir. Now let's quickly move on to inshallah. We want to make this as brief as possible. Each of the presenters have 5 minutes, right? Just to give a quick overview of what they read. They would also probably be giving us examples that would make this relatable. Let me share my screen before I proceed. All right, so please confirm you can see my screen. Mujahid, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Or can okay, you can see my screen.
I have to start to yeah. Yes.
Okay, I can see indications from the audience that is interested. All right, so inshallah, I'm reviewing how to sound Nigerians by Akin Alabi. But before I proceed, I would like to confirm that I have on my review. I can see Khadija is here, the one Gani is here, and is here. Um, okay, Khadija, please help us with your. I don't know if Abdul Rahim is also on call. Okay, yes.
Sorry, I should help you with you.
Sure.
Share it,
Please, is my network?
I
My
don't
network
know.
very bad.
I don't know. I don't know, but your voice has been distorted. I think it was my network. I was about to complain. All that area.
Aisha, I can't hear you. Did you say my network is bad?
It's breaking up. I think I can hear you clearly now.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me change my network, please. 1 minute.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. Oh yeah, we have
Assalamualaikum
Amita on the
warahmatullahi
call now.
wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam. Okay, so I think it's my network. I can confirm because I can barely hear us clearly. I'm trying to connect to another network. So sorry for the delay. Yes, my network is bad. Thank you for the feedback. Oh no. Okay. Please confirm you can hear me clearly now.
Yep,
Much better.
we can.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum
Well,
Can
salam.
you
Can
hear
hear.
clearly?
Yep.
yes, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you so much for the feedback. All right, so we're reviewing How to Sell to Nigerians by Akin Alabi, and I must tell us all that this author is a very good writer. I once read his book in 2020. Fortunately, it was recommended to me by Mujahid on this call, how to make a profit from what you do for free, right? And ever since then, I, implemented the lessons, the tips I got from the book, and it has been very, very useful. So I am not saying that this book review is going to be impactful just because I read the book, but because I have implemented some of the things I learned from Akin Alabi. So this author, right, started by acknowledging the fact that most people who are business owners now depend largely on their friends, their families, on their people for referrals, promotions, and when they don't get this from their people, from their friends, families, they fight them, right? And sometimes even we, the audience here, we are pushed to promote people's businesses without even validating the quality of their products or their services, right? We just promote it just because we do not want to sound unsupportive, right? And this author mentioned that doing this would not allow you to focus more on what matters, which is the quality of the product, the quality of the service you are rendering to people. As Nigerians, we love people who provide quality, right? We love people who are trustworthy, right? And we also love free things in Nigeria. So if you do not utilize what Nigerians love in your businesses, you may not really make much revenue like that, because you need to understand the people you are, you know, selling to, the people you are offering services to, right? So this is more like the summary. We want to learn the art of business, the art of bringing more customers to your business. So I would like to hand over now to Al Amin Abolare to take us through the first chapter, right? Al Amin, please, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi everyone. My name is Alamin, and I'll be reviewing the first chapter of the book, How to Make Nigerians Want What You Have. So, the chapter talks about the most basic techniques that one can use to make Nigerians, in particular, want the products that you're selling. And I sectioned this into 2 points, two main points here. And the first is to provide an offer that's too good to refuse. And the author, Akelabi, gave a very beautiful example at the beginning of the book. Three examples, actually, but we're going to be looking at only one of it. He wanted to buy a house, and he had offers from two different builders. He wanted to buy a house in an estate, and two builders gave him two different offers. The first one gave him 150 million naira, and the second one cost 120 million naira. So for a long while, he was stuck. He didn't know what to choose because his main concern was validating the quality of the materials used in building the house. He is not a builder, so he doesn't know how to do that or which qualities are good. He could just see the outside look of it and say, okay, perhaps this is nice for me. So he was trying to validate for a long while. And the night that he was going to make a final decision, he got a call from the builder that was selling his house for 150 million naira. That's the costlier one. And the builder told him that, look, if this building, uh, if this building has a problem or gives you a problem, after a while, I am going to fix any defects that comes up within a year. And he said that he would replace any structural defects that the house has in a year, and he would return the entire money if the defect is very, very critical. And he ended up buying from the builder that gave his house for 150 million naira. And the reason he chose that is because that is the first point he was trying to bring. Because the builder gave him an offer that was too good to resist, and he called it crazy offer. It's about giving your customers something that they will be wowed literally to say no to, and it will seem like, why would anybody say no to this? And that is the next point here. That is, it is not just about lowering your prices. It's not just about that someone is selling a product for 50 naira and I'm selling mine for 40 naira. But what other things are you providing? What crazy offers do you have? He ended up buying from the more expensive builder because the person gave him an offer that's too good to refuse. And that is one thing that we should try to incorporate into our products also. What offers can you bring together that will be too good to refuse, right? What additions, what bonuses, what other things can you add to your product or to the service that you're selling to make it much more better and easily acceptable, to make it crazy, literally. And the second major point here is he told us how we can make irresistible offers. How can you make an offer that would be too good to refuse? And the first thing is to make a giant promise. And the key word there is not promise. The key word there is giant, right? And the giant promise is to say something like, I'm going to sell you this thing, and this thing would help you. If I'm selling you this product, it will help you do this, this, and this. And this, and this shouldn't be just trivial things. It should be things that the person would feel, okay, are you sure? Right? So if you're selling something like a phone, right, and you know that the person is buying photography and that's their main concern, and you make a giant promise to say that I'll tell you that the photos that you take on this phone, there is no other photo that's going to beat it, right? And of course, you're going to have to need to be able to stand by that promise. The thing is, the reason we're usually afraid to give promises is because we think that we're not going to be able to stand up to those promises. But in fact, there are so many promises that we get from products every day that are just trivial things that are made in a very bright way. For example, someone is selling you a sofa and they tell you that this sofa would last as long as your house. Generally, you expect that to happen. But because that person brings it out in a very nice way, you feel that you don't really think that, oh, this is just normal thing now, right? So that's the first one. The second one is to use free. And everybody loves free, not just Nigerians. Everybody loves free. You know, we would rather, and this is the crazy point he gave there, we would rather buy a shoe that's sold for 6,500 naira and has free delivery. Right? Because we think, oh, delivery is free. Let me just buy this, right? It becomes much more appealing to you when you use free. And of course, it is all about tactics. You don't need to lose profit or your own capital before you can use free, right? You don't need to run on a loss. You should just try to look for ways to repackage your offering and how you give your prices also. And lastly, it is to give guarantees, right? Give people the guarantee that if you use my product, you're going to get your results. And this is quite similar to the giant promises also. Give them guarantees. It is like when we buy a phone, right? We're often given 1 year. You can bring it back and we'll fix it for you, given terms and conditions. So try to find a way to incorporate guarantees into your product also. Like if this product doesn't work, you can bring it back. We're going to replace it for you at no cost. And the author actually used something similar in this book also. That if this book doesn't help you achieve your sales, come back. I'm going to give you your money. And so I'm going to stop there by just saying that it's not just about begging people. Like saying to people that please share my business, support my business, but we should also try to incorporate some of these tactics to make our products irresistible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, I mean, so we call on Ridwan Ganyu to take us through the second chapter, the selling lessons behind Nigerians and sex on the first date. Ridwan, please go ahead.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Um, so I'll try to keep mine within 5 minutes because this is actually sort of my area of expertise. But eh, for chapter two, basically, Akanabi is just pointing to how not to think about sales, which is the first point, right? Like Alamin mentioned earlier, I think one of the funniest things I see for SMEs, right, is I've seen things like, oh, it's a salary week, so like come and purchase wristwatch from me, or it's a salary week, come and buy a from me. I think those are the funniest things I've seen with SMEs, right? But and also I think another sort of like funny perspective to it, which is actually not the right way to think about sales, is um someone popping in, what your WhatsApp business, right? And they're saying, oh, they're trying to make inquiry for a product, and there's a mismatch, maybe in terms of their budget or maybe in terms of when you'll be able to deliver. However, from a personal point of view, one thing I've found to um, happen occasionally is that the conversation just ends as okay, later, or it just ends abruptly, not the way it's supposed to anyway. But hey, like Akelabi is trying to say here that sales is not a one-time thing. It's not a thing where it is in or out, right? Um, it's not a thing where it is in or out, right? It's also not. It's also not sort of like a do or die affair anyway. At the end of the day, so what he's trying to say is that at the end of the day, you should try to offer value first, in sort of like a sales funnel before you start expecting results. However, I think this is tricky because he didn't add the caveat that it's going to take a lot of patience and time to do this, especially when we are, discussing in context of the Nigerian space. If you are marketing in the US or in the UK, I think you can be less patient, and then you can throw, $50K per month, right, on some billboards, right, around the country or around the city. But for Nigerians, the core context, as Hassan Salahuddin also mentioned, is what's it called now? Is trust, right? Nigerians don't have a lot of money, especially not even in this time of removal of fuel subsidy. They don't have a lot of time to waste. They don't have a lot of money to waste. So you have to go deep down to earn their trust. And one of the many ways that you can do it is what marketers will call lead generation. That's for like direct to consumer businesses, which I think a lot of us fall into here, or even business to business anyway. And it's called lead generation, demand generation, which is just like you offer value in bits, right? So Makialabi makes examples of if you're selling chargers, right? Why not educate people on what to look out for when they're selling chargers, right? Why not tell them how to spot fake chargers when they see one, or if they can actually repair the charger or any other product it is, um is it a DIY for it? Like, can they do it on their own? Do you have tips to share? So over a long period of time, you need to be able to like build um, credibility and trust, right, in their minds, by helping them solve little problems or answering questions or doubts that they might have in their mind, right? And it's easy to sell to them later on, right? One of the I think one of the references I can give to anyone that is on this call that has a business is check out Smiley Socks. I think they're one of the direct to consumer brands that have um, done this very well in terms of lead generation. For businesses, B2B or B2C um, businesses here, you can check out Money Africa. I think that's also a very good example. And if you are a creator and you offer like personal service and whatnot, I think Nuseba Bifata is on this call is actually a good person because at the end of the day, before Nuseba sells something to you, you probably would have known her for a couple of things, right? It could be around, spiritual growth. It could be around personal growth. Like on our story, that's what you see, like sharing these tips. And then when it becomes easier, right, when she's selling to you. So just quickly, he highlights 5 things you should look out for when you're generating in code these leads that you can actually sell to later on. And he talks about a list of potential customers, right? So I made an example of people on WhatsApp. Like if there's a mismatch somewhere, like the conversation doesn't have to end. Oh, okay, I don't have it, and that's it. But like you could definitely point them. Oh, we also have this, or you could check out. Or we have a resource on how to, take care of your white socks or your pairs of socks and whatnot. You should look out for this, right? I think in that way they have you in mind, and they actually think that you have the best. You have your, I mean, what's in English now? You have their best interest at heart, right? And so they have you in mind, and they always come back. Another list is new customers. I think again, you want to keep them coming back, right? So even if they bought from you, you don't just want to say bye bye there. You have to look for a loop to like get them coming back, right? To buy from you again. List of high rollers. These are like your biggest supporters, right? They probably Hassan in the introduction mentioned about quality going together with promotion. So in case of quality, if they really love the experience of your product or service, right, and they're raving all about it and they're talking about it, then you should actually keep them closely and keep their contact, to sell to them a bit differently. I can't go into that details, but lastly, cheap customers. No, second to last, cheap customers. So yeah, some people cannot afford it because of budget, but like you could also point them to some, budget friendly offers or packages, maybe at that point in time or later on. So like you don't want to throw away their contact as well. Right. So you also want to have a list of cheap customers. And lastly, long-term customers. I think these people will benefit mostly from you rewarding them for their loyalty along the line. You need to not kick them out, right, or ignore them because they always come back, or they signal that they love the product over and over again, but you actually need to sort of like put them in the loop as well. So that's basically the summary of what chapter 6 says.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for that. I call on Sharif Alaraba to take us through Nigerians like to buy from those they like, trust, and respect. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I'll be taking us on chapter 3. Nigerians like to buy from those they like, trust, and respect. So basically in this chapter, Akelabi spoke extensively well on how we appear, on how we're perceived, and how people need to like regard us. So it made mention of it was a particular story that I mentioned regarding the reason to pay attention to assurance and proof. So he gave a scenario of when he was using an ATM machine, which is very common here in Nigeria. So most times, I'm very sure that most of us are probably are victims of this. When you can use the ATM, then you realize that most queues, there's a particular ATM that has the most queue, then automatically most people assume that the other ATM machines are not working. And the reason that thing usually happens is because we're seeing proof in front that okay, this is the ATM machine that is working, the rest are not working. But meanwhile, funnily, some of the other machines might be working, because he made mention of one evening when he went to the ATM machine, he used one of them, it was working. Then when he was about leaving, then he realized that he needed to like withdraw more money. Then he went back to the ATM machine, using another ATM machine. But meanwhile, other people were already queuing behind the first one he was using, and he needed to like prove to them that these people are not like really serious. But the reason why that happened was because there was proof of concept that okay, this ATM machine is working. So along the chapter, Akelabi gave us 6 techniques of providing trust and assurance. And one of the technique that I mentioned is Nigerian judged by looks, which is very, very true. So he gave a scenario of a neighbor, of one of his old neighbors that own a school. a primary school. So you realize that one of the days he went to drop his children at his school. Then he saw that his neighbor coming to that school, which is different from the school that she owns, dropping her own kids in that school. So it got him wondering that why is this woman dropping her children in another school? Doesn't she run a school? Why are children not attending that school? Is she trying to say that our school is of low quality or is not of standard? Or what exact message is she trying to pass? Then he also gave a scenario of people that sell some products that the result is not shown in their body. So for example, those that sell slimming products, like maybe Slim It or something, you are selling slimming tea and the result is not shown in your body. So you can't expect someone that's a plus size that is selling slimming tea to customers. So automatically Nigerians will perceive you as your product as fake or it's not working. Because if you are selling slimming tea and you are plus size, then why else is that product not working on you? Then you also gave the advice of the fact that even if you own the business, you don't necessarily have to be in the customer facing role for such products. Then you also gave a scenario of a native doctor. So you can imagine a native doctor appearing in a white shirt and a jeans trouser. So automatically, most Nigerians will expect native doctors to look in a kind of way, either in a red robe and some white paint or something around his body. So the moment you realize that this person is wearing a white shirt or a jersey or something, there's a psychological message that runs through our mind that this person is not. This person runs a fake services. Then there were other scenarios that he gave, but because of time, I might not want to like go through that. Then also regarding the fact that Nigerians trust based on look and how we appear, I'll share my own personal experience. So this is something that I think I currently agree with because this common phrase of the way you dress is the way you be addressed, which is very, very true. So for someone like me who happens to be in the real estate in the industry, so real estate happens to be a very capital intensive industry. So sometime in 2021 or 2022, I met someone at a roundtable event. He owns a travel company. So along the way, we exchanged contacts, we had some interactions there, but then few months down the line, I needed to do a presentation at his office in VI. In VI. So this presentation, according to him, had some of his board people and legs there. And I knew that okay, this is something big. I needed to like dress my best, either a well-ironed suit or a starch kaftan. And most times when I have such maybe various meetings like that, I can decide to like go in Uber or something. But this time around, it was like a meeting with the board management. I knew that okay, I needed to appear differently. I needed to come differently. What did I do? It was that week that it dawned on me that okay, from the moment I get to that office, different messages will be going through their minds. Nigerians are very common with these things. Most times, when you go for meetings and they escort you outside, they want to assume or check, okay, what card did this person bring? What card? They want to like size you, that kind of thing, which is very, very common. It's a psychological thing. So what did I do? I had to like have a discussion with my dad that okay, if I can make use of his car for that particular day and his driver, because I knew that this is something that is quite big and it's a presentation that if it goes well, to be a very successful one. Along the way, that went well, and the way I was perceived by those people was different because they saw me as a different person and somebody that is selling a property worth millions of naira. You can't be appearing anyhow, probably in a shirt or coming in Okada. So most times, such people like that will not like usually see you as they'll see you as a scam, basically. Then another technique I can like be shared in the book is Nigerian love those who show knowledge and talk about the experience, those who show knowledge and authority. As soon I can see your message. So Nigerians love those who show knowledge and authority in that field. So you talked about most times Nigeria usually prefers to deal with people that have this expertise knowledge in that field. If you're in the tech industry, if you're in the finance industry, or you're in the wealth creation industry, it is very, very important for you to like have some form of knowledge in your field, either by ditching out quality content, either weekly, monthly, or quarterly regarding your field. Because the moment you start ditching out this content thing, automatically it sends a signal that this person knows his onions, this person knows what he's doing, and this person is an expert in the field. And another method that he also mentioned in the book was about you writing a book. So if you don't write articles, can start to write a book, automatically most people perceive those that write books as gurus, as experts. Then he also made mention of is then he also made mention of either by hosting shows whereby people call in to like ask questions and you answer them. Then he gave a personal story whereby he said he didn't really have interest in the stock market back in the days, but along the line, most people that usually approach him to come and buy stocks are either coming with a sales pitch to tell him to like buy this, buy that, but was not really captivated. He was not really interested. But few years down the line, he met a young man that run a stock brokerage firm, and this man didn't come with a sales pitch to him, but instead he came to educate Akelabi and answer all the burning questions he has in his mind, from how to buy shares, how to sell shares, and all the nitty-gritty of the stock market. And automatically, a business transaction didn't go on at that moment, but some months down the line, when Akelabi was ready to like invest in the stock market, that young man happens to be at the top of his mind, was the first person that came to his mind that he initially patronized, and he has later gone ahead to like refer that person to his colleagues, friends, and family. Then the third technique Akelabi shared was Nigeria love testimonials and those who can provide them. So most times people don't really care about what you say about your business. People don't care about the stories, the good things you say that my business does this, I'm that. But all they care about is what people are saying about your business. People that have used your product or services, what are they saying about your business? Are they saying anything positive? Are they saying about anything negative? Which is even true, because most times, apart from businesses, most times when we want to watch movies, for example, we usually try to like get reviews from our friends or those that have seen the movie before. That does this movie make sense? How was it like? Is it worth my time? Or all those kind of things. All those reviews, it is what will help in our decision making to like, okay, should I go for this product? Should I buy this service or not? And you might be asking that probably your business is still new or you just enter the market. And one technique Akelabi shared was the fact that if you sell a product and you're new in the market, you can give your product to probably 4 or 5 selected people to test your product for free and write you a good review about their experience with the product. And that way you can use it as a testimonial to like as a marketing strategy for yourself. Then also, the fourth technique he also shared was Nigerian love those who welcome them with joy and offer world-class customer service, which is very true. So, because the fact is that many of us in Nigeria were tired of poor customer services, either from IG vendors, Twitter vendors, or those with physical stores. So, the moment Nigerians realize that right from the moment they enter into your door or they walk into your website, you have this form of cool and strong, solid customer service, immediately it sends a signal of trust to them that, okay, this person knows what he's doing. This person makes me feel very welcomed, and thereby they can start like patronize you. Then the fifth technique he also mentioned was many Nigerians trust and respect foreigners or someone with a foreign accent, which I think is very true because he gave a scenario of most times. Yeah, I'm almost done. So he gave a scenario of most times, most Nigerian perceive foreigners as experts or as a demigod. So the moment they realize there's a foreigner in your team or a presentation team, they tend to like respect you and feel like what you're selling is of good quality. Then the last one, Nigerians love foreigners with a foreign connection. So this is almost similar with the previous point, just that it has a switch to it. So the moment Nigerians feel that this person is a foreigner and has this kind of Nigerian culture in them, either you have a connection to the Nigerian entertainment or music or something, you get like connected to it. So because of time, I think I would like to stop here. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Quite exhaustive. Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite Khadija Abiola to take us through the fourth chapter on fear sells. Khadija.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'd like to apologize for any background noise. I have lots of children around. So I'm Khadija and I'll be talking about chapter 4 on how to sell to Nigerians. And the book talks about using the strategy for sales. Hassan, please can you change slide? Thank you. Okay, so I really love this chapter because so personally it relates to me and I love how straight to the point this chapter is. The author basically highlighted 4 things for us that typically in life people would rather spend on cure than prevention. And as we all know, generally it gets worse with Nigerians in everything. I mean, we all know that we see the memes that fly around about how much mosquito nets cost, how much insecticide costs and how much anti-malaria costs. You rather spend your money on anti-malaria than actually all those preventive measures, right? And I'm sure Hassan can relate to that because Hassan calculates very well. And you also mentioned that people buy when they're afraid. So, as an entrepreneur or a vendor, it's very important for you to include fear factors when people want to buy. You to advertise your stuff and rest assured that people will buy more. However, it is important to note that there's a difference, there's a thin line between including a fear factor and threatening people. In order to get more sales, don't send people away from your product because you're trying to include the fear factor in your leaders. You're supposed to create ads that will make people beg you to hold their money to have a new stock. So I think of the, like, for example, you can just think of consequences that someone might have in a bad product or buying the wrong thing, and they use the most fearful one of that to create your own sale. A typical example that he gave in the book was about toothpaste and mouthwash. So, like, what are the consequences of using bad toothpaste or not brushing or using mouthwash? We have bad breath. So, an example you give is, and then maybe something you have to think of the story. So, you can go like, oh, avoid embarrassment, right? A girl refuses your proposal, you fail to get a job, or you want to sign an interview, something like that. And then your headline can just be avoid embarrassment, buy from us. I mean, for those of you that are going for interviews, you don't want your mouth to smell off. You want to go and interview, you want to go for interview to a very big company, and then if your mouth is smelling, you're talking to your interviewer, definitely you've lost the job because appearance matters, the way you carry yourself matters, and you don't want that. So someone that is active seeking a job would see this advert and say, I'm going for Arsenal stupid because it's going to help me get my job. Another example is internet connection, right? If you're looking for the best internet service providers, you're not sure your friends are using MTN, Airtel, anyone, and you don't know which one to go. But however, you're still a student and most of the classes are online. If you see an advert that talks to you about how people have missed their school assignments or missed their school tests because of internet connection, and they tell you that, oh, this one is more reliable, you definitely go for it. Like, such is life. It's not rocket science. It just happens as it is. So you should just always find a way to add fear to your advertising. And as a vendor, you should also think about these things from a consumer point of view. For instance, I'm a food vendor and I'm also a food consumer. If I'm to use, if I'm to take up fair strategy in my sales, I'll think of one thing that I know that I'm really watchful as a consumer. I, as a person that has a very sensitive stomach, and I'm always really, really scared of food poisoning. So if I'm to look for something to add to make people buy from me, I'm going to use food poisoning. So what is the most common thing that has been happening? People have been cooking with certain tomatoes because it's cheaper and easier to get. And the food is very, very sweet, no doubt. But for me, I can always just do something like, oh, if I don't something with an advert, oh, the child suffer from food poisoning after eating jollof rice, maybe due to inflation. And I can just do something like, oh, for this rice, your number one plot for the taste and affordable jollof made or sauce that is sourcing fresh tomatoes, something like that. And I'm sure people like me would want to buy from me and no one else. So I hope that with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that as an entrepreneur, fear really, really sells to Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khadija. Fear sells. All right, so we'll be moving on to the next chapter, which is chapter 5. And inshallah, I'll be the one to take this chapter. But before I proceed, I would like to inform us that we will have an interlude session immediately after this presentation. And what we basically want to achieve is we need volunteers from the house to tell us if any of these points that we have mentioned resonates well with them, right? They can give us examples from their personal experiences just to, hear from people who have practical experience. I'm sure we've also gotten some practical experiences from Sharif, from Khadija, from almost everybody that has spoken, right? So going into chapter 5, dealing with potential and existing customers. Basically, this chapter tells us about Akin Alabi mentioned, or he basically informed us that Nigerians are he used the word crazy. Permit me to also use that. He said Nigerians are crazy people, and you really need to learn the techniques of managing them, right? So the first point he mentioned is that Nigerians are impatient and do not like to pay attention to details. For people who post sales letter or captions on WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, you must have experienced this that I want to say now. Even after sharing all the information about your product, about your services in a tweet or in a thread, you would still get questions like, how do I do this? How should I do this? Right? But as a seller who wants to get more customers, you should not be angry. You should be ready to answer all dumb questions in the comment section, right? Akin Alabi mentioned about when he posted on his, Twitter page, about people, about how to get or how to buy his book, right? One of his books that he has written in the past. And then the first question he got, I mean, the tweet was about how to get it. The first question he got was, how can I buy the book, sir? And he was like, was my tweet not well detailed? So he created another thread. I mean, that was just one tweet. He created another thread with about 5 or 6, or more tweets explaining in details how to buy his book, right? He was offering to deliver the books to people for free. And the first or many of the questions that he got in this comment section relate to how can they buy the book. So he used that to explain that Nigerians are impatient, they don't pay attention to details, and when they ask you questions about your business, you should always be ready and glad to provide answers. After all, Yoruba sọ wípé, sorry, I may not pòwe yẹn dáadáa, tí a bá fẹ́ gba wàrà lẹ́nu kíní kan something something, èèyàn máa ṣe sùúrù ni. I know we understand that part. Kí àwọn àgbàlagbà tó wà nílé kí wọ́n foríjì mi. The next one, many of your potential customers are rude and aggressive, not even in this period that we had, that people are buying petrol for 600, and almost every Nigerian on the street is angry, right? So if you do not, if you are not very careful, if you are not patient in dealing with people, you might lose customers. And Akinabi mentioned that Nigerians are actually sweet people, because he met someone while he was traveling from, I think, Nigeria to USA. This person is, I don't know if the person is still alive, is a white woman. And then he asked her what he loves or what she can say about Nigerians. Then the first thing she said is that Nigerians are very rude. However, they are the nicest of people that she has met on this earth surface. So Akinabi emphasized on that to tell us that even after people are angry at you, some people will just call you. I sent an email to you requesting for some details about your product or services, and you've not answered me. Being aggressive about responding to maybe an email that she did not send correctly. Maybe she made a mistake while typing the recipient's name, or some other mistakes from the person, and then you have to just find a way of patiently responding to the person, right? Then and afterwards, these people can turn out to be the best referrals that you have. They can turn out to be the best promoter of your business. And because Nigerians are naturally caring, right? And I want to believe that everyone here agrees with me. The next one is, a lot of your potential customers are lazy. That is why, before I move on to that, is why most of us seated here, we would prefer that this review session should be held right in your parlor. If you have that opportunity, or if you have that option, this book review, so you would rather sit in your house, allow people come to your house to do that book review, than you go into a particular venue to listen to something that would impact you and your business, right? So he mentioned that Nigerians are lazy, right? Your potential customers are lazy, and you should find all ways to take your business to them. That's why we have Jumia app, right? You'd see that people prefer to sit in their house, right, and then place an order of food before they can eat. I do it many times. Many times I have to work from home, right? Sometimes without fasting, I eat around 7 p.m. because I am very lazy to go outside to buy food. And sometimes I can be very lazy to even place an order on Jumia app, right? That's how lazy how lazy I am. Don't let me generalize that, but yes, the point is Nigerians are lazy, and you want to bring your businesses to them. The next one is many customers are entitled and want to bully you. Allow them. Some people they just want it for free. Maybe he made an example of when he was preparing this book and he gave nuggets about the book. Some people would just come to his DM to say that, I mean, after all, you are a public figure. You should give out this book for free so that people can learn from you. More like a PSR, personal social responsibility. And he said that you should allow them bully you. So what he did is that out of the 10 chapters that we have in this book, he gave out 2 to them, right? Read these 2, and they ended up buying the book from him. So if you can afford to do that, you should do that. And the last one is Nigerian customers love to deal with individuals, not the company. If you have a business, I mean a structured organization, you don't want to use landline as your main line of contact, right? Because many Nigerians, even let us take a sample of those that are on this call, we don't like to, if we see a landline number on a business flyer, we are very reluctant to place a call. I mean, how many people even know how to place a call through to a landline number? So I can really emphasize the need for business owners to allow seamless communication between the buyers and the business. I want to believe that I have been able to communicate this chapter, I mean, my review of this chapter to the members of this call. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you, Asan, for the review. I need to do that. All right. So moving on, I want us to, like I said, we want to have a short interlude, maybe for 5 minutes. If we have more than one person who wants to share with us, maybe 2 minutes per person, right? So I don't know if you have something to share with us from what we have said so far. All right, mashallah. We have Abdul Sabur Musa. Kindly unmute yourself, please. Sorry, kindly unmute yourself.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
I mean,
alaikum
it's been very,
assalam.
very intense review from everybody. I'll just go straight to the point, right? A very good experience and a very bad experience to, like, give a balanced context. So I'll start with the bad one. I have a friend, right? She sells accessories, right? So I think one time at the time where our business was going to take off majorly, for businesses like that, you just need a popular figure to buy from you and, tag you, and from there, like sales go 1000% sometimes. So, and then like few weeks after that happened, somebody made an inquiry to say, oh, I want to get so and so thing from you. And then she posts that on her. And then the person was like, oh, this is like way too expensive. I just asked somebody else and the person was going to give me for a cheaper price. And then she took a screenshot of that chat and put it on our WhatsApp status to say, oh, I don't want people like this in my DM anymore. Business has changed. And like, I mean, it's somebody I knew personally before she started to do business, but with that, it 100% puts me off. I knew that I could not do business with someone like that because, I mean, why do you feel like you outgrow customers? I think that's something that small businesses struggle with. They feel like when they reach a particular threshold, they no longer attend to a certain level of customers. It's just like, oh, you're too small, just probably deal with somebody else, So, like, for me, that's like always a turn off when, like, I sense that pride of, oh, I'm now bigger than you. Like I now attend to like more important people. Like that's always a turn off for me when I'm doing business with somebody. And then the good side is lately I dealt with a guy, right? It was not a tangible service. He was going to write something for me. And then he said, oh, yo, I'm going to write this for you. And then you pay me 50% upfront. When you are done using it to do what you need it to do, and then you actually satisfied with my service, pay me the balance. Like for me, the fact that he proposed that, basically he sold trust to me and then I pay 100% upfront. Not because he asked, but then the fact that he did not put the whole, oh, money thing in my face, right? It just meant like, oh, this person actually understands the concept of selling service to people. So like for me, these are two very, very distinct experiences that, set businesses aside for me. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Abdul Sabur. I mean, this is very insightful. I think I actually forgot to mention the second example you mentioned, right? under many of your customers, many of your potential customers are rude and aggressive. Okay, let me give a very good example. And you mentioned that somebody maybe businesses, when you transfer you don't get alert, and the buyer says that they have made the transfer, but it is not even reflecting on your own side, right? Okay, let me give an example, a very good way you can reply to that person. And he even said that if your product is something you can give out, you can mention to the person that, sir, meanwhile, can we send you this product, and when your bank refunds you, kindly send it to us, right? It's a very good way of, for me, in my opinion, it's a very good way of retaining that person. The person was angry, right? And if the person sees that kind of message, it would automatically melt the person's, heart. Thank you so much, Abdul Sobuk, for sharing that. Now we want to move on to the next chapter, which is chapter 6, and I would like to call on Abdul Rahim Abdul Qadri to take us through how to sell to Nigerians using influencers. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa
Just
alaikum
like the
salam.
example from the last speaker or the person that volunteered to talk now, as he said that you just need one influencer to be able to push your product. So how to sell to Nigerians using an influencer. So basically what Tokwe was saying in the book, he was trying to let us know who an influencer is, that there's difference between a famous person and an actual influencer. So he said, once a person has 1,000 followers and the people that follow you are able to engage with the content you are putting out. You put out a content, even though you have 1,000 followers, the likes and the comments coming out from that content is about 900 and something. So he said you have a following that can relate to you. So in some kind of way, you're a mini influencer. And he also said, he was trying to explain to us that before you get an influencer, you should have an aim and what you want to achieve from getting an influencer. So he said we have two types of influencers. That means that is one, an influencer that is going to keep your brand floating. Those are the popular guys, even though they have nothing in relation with what your brand is doing. And two, the other reason or the other aim why you want to get an influencer is to make sales. So for instance, he gave a good example of whiskey being a brand ambassador or basically an influencer for UBA. So he said whiskey is not a person that is in the banking sector or knows anything about banking, but whiskey is a famous person, and by whiskey he has a lot of following that cause argument in this space. So just whiskey tweeting something about UBA consistently will always keep UBA selling in the mind of people, even though you would almost not find somebody that will just go and open a bank account because of whiskey with UBA. They will have every other reason to open an account with UBA than just because of whiskey. So he said the other reason is because you want to make sales, and that's where the many influencers will come in. So when you have somebody he doesn't have a lot of followers, but he has just few followers and they engage with whatever he put out as a content, that person will be willing to invest more hours in advertising your product than a person that has 5 million followers already. So when you have small money, when you have a little amount of money to start your business, you rather should go with a mini influencer, because those ones, they have people that interact with that particular content that you want to put about. But for instance, with keeping your business afloat, when you just go and hire somebody that is big, he's not going to be able to cause people to buy that particular product. An example is the whiskey with UBA. And he also said, for instance, when you want to get an influencer, you should look at the platform that sells the most. For instance, the example he gave was a betting platform. So if you have somebody that has 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, and somebody that has 10,000 subscribers on Twitter. Twitter is a platform where people is already a platform that you will easily find where to get betting advice from, rather than from YouTube. YouTube content creators or influencers, they have a particular type of brand that they want to that, like how to use lotions and stuff. But on Twitter, you wouldn't sell your product off that platform. So the number of followers does not really matter as a choice of selling your product. Rather, the platform plays a more important role. And also, you should have a marketing plan before making the choice of an influencer. What you intend to achieve, and you should also be willing to grow with your influencer, not just someone that is going to influence your product over a short period of time and move on. So the goal should also always be that you spend a lot of time reviewing the number of customers that the influencers is bringing to you as a person. So you should always have that review section with the influencers, and that is not going to be easily achievable with those people, those guys that are very famous. It is better you stick with those mini influencers that would grow your product, and you can always have review section with them. And lastly, his advice on how to sell to influencer was that a result analysis should be done. And this place is to protect whoever has the business. So if the person you've hired as an influencer is not getting enough traffic like you'd want, after the result analysis, you should not be scared to drop off that person and always pick and have different choices of influencer. If you are not getting the results you want from him, you should drop him off and pick another influencer, probably on another platform. But yeah, you should pick another influencer and not don't bank on because you have one influencer, you just stay with him. The having result analysis on whether this person is doing benefit to your brand or not should be top priority after you've chosen an influencer. Yeah, so that's
Is
basically
that all?
how you sell. Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Abdulrahim. That was a very nice presentation. Yeah, so someone asked if Wiki is an influencer. I leave that to the house. All right, moving on to the next chapter, chapter 7, selling with sales letters. This will be presented to us by Amida Damani. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm waiting for the slides to change. Okay, good. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear. Wa alaikum assalam.
All right, okay, good. So this is a chapter that I really, really enjoyed so much because it really broke it down. And as a business owner, personally, it made me realize what was missing in my sales letter. So, what's a sales letter? Sales letter is basically like a salesman in writing. Gone are the days where people used to, well, people still do it, but we know it's not the most effective method of reaching people. To go on the streets and start to knock on doors and talk to people. Online, you can do so much. You can reach people that you will never even see. You can have clients. I have clients that I've never met before because of because I was able to utilize the social media platform as opposed to when people were going on the street. So that's why a sales letter is very important now. So it's basically your pitch. It's your sales pitch. It's how you convince people to buy from you. It can be in written form. You can write it and post it on your page. It can be in flyer designs, or it can even be in a video or audio format. So many people do videos nowadays because we know that the world is moving so fast and people get tired of reading. So you see a lot of videos with people selling their product. That's a sales letter actually in a video format. What is the three-step formula to writing that sales letter that is going to change your business? First, you have to find a product. finding a product. I read it somewhere that if you don't want to be poor, like if you want to be rich in life, you have to have a product that you're selling and people are buying every day. Like something that you are selling that people are buying on a daily basis. That's how to make it out of poverty. That's how to be rich. A product that people cannot do without. So you have to find that product. It can be something that it can be a skill, it can be a service that you do. I mean, if we take Hilda Basi, for example, she's a cook, she's a chef, she can cook, and she decided to make that skill, that knowledge, a product. She's doing this cooking class. Registration is 35,000 naira per person. She has had over 1,000 people register. That is 187 million. And she's selling a skill. You can find that product. What are you good at? You're a content writer. You can write. Find the product that you want to sell. You can speak. Find the product that you want to sell. Then find the platform that you want to sell about. I really like how the speaker that spoke before me explained it. You have to find the right product. So you see, with betting, it will have been so weird if and so wrong if they decided to choose YouTube as the platform to be selling the betting, um, to start to push the betting business, or if they picked Instagram, because we all know that Twitter is where everybody's talking about betting. I mean, I have to mute so many tweets to make sure that it doesn't end up in my tail. So you have to find the right platform for what you're selling. Take, for instance, you want to teach people how to cook, you want to teach people how to be better public speakers. Instagram can seem like a good platform. YouTube, too, is a good platform for that. So find the right platform for your business. Then lastly, you have to write a killer sales letter. You want to write an awesome sales letter that is going to hold everybody's attention. So how do you do that? One, you have to get the perfect headline. That headline that is going to make people stop scrolling. The headline that is going to make people want to read the content of your sales letter or your sales video, whatever it is. That first statement or first few sentences that you say that holds everybody's attention. There are several ways to do that. You can use the normal how-to technique, or how to get clear skin, how to cook and get 7 husbands, how to, basically all the how-tos that you see everywhere, how to be the, but then you can take it a step further. If you see a comment and somebody, if you see a sales letter and the person says, I want to teach you how to learn how to sew. It's basic. But if you had the even if, I want to teach you how to learn how to sew like a pro, even if you've never held a needle and thread before. See, that works on a lot of people because our mind usually plays the games on us that makes us doubt that we can do things. So you see a video where somebody's saying how to learn how to draw. You're like, hey, it's too late for that. But then the person says, even if you've never held a pencil in your life, you're like, this person is serious. So you want to read what the person has to say next, because you start to feel like, if somebody that's never held a pencil before will learn how to draw, then I can draw too. Then you can use the ultimate dream method. This is where you are selling a dream, you are selling an idea. You know that this person wants this dream. For instance, I see a lot of people use iWatches, and I find it very funny. Yeah, and anytime I say it outside, people just seem like maybe I'm. It's just the fact that I can't afford it, but that's not the case. I think an iWatch is pretty much not not useful. Yeah, because it's not even convenient to reply your messages on the watch or pick your calls. So if you get a normal watch and use your phone, it's still better. But see, when they were selling the iWatch, they did not sell in terms of functionality. They didn't come from there. They sold the idea that you're going to be different. You're going to be able to like your level go change. By the time you're buying an iWatch, you're going to be a big boy, you're going to be a big girl. And they sold the idea. And that's what Apple does so well. Apple comes with a product. See this one that they just brought that you're going to wear on your face. I've forgotten the name of the product. Anybody can help me in the message section. That one that you'll be able to see everything. I watched the pitch for that product and I wanted to buy it, even though I don't need it, because they sell you that ultimate dream and you start to believe it. So that's another way to go with your headline. So imagine an headline, instead of me saying, oh, come and buy AirPods, I say, come and be a cool kid. Like, suddenly people are interested because they want to be cool. Now, you can also make your headline a crazy offer. You know the things that are going to burst people's brain because some things are near impossible. But find a way to promise them that thing that is near impossible, but it's actually possible. So, take for instance, I run a tutoring agency. So now I say, instead of saying, um, enroll your child in our classes so that they can excel, I make my headline something that goes along the line of, in 7 days, your child will become a genius. In 7 days, your child will become a genius. Every mother is going to be interested in that. Every father is going to be interested in that. Here, in 7 days, or in 7 days, your child is going to be a genius in math. In 7 days, your child is going to speak confidently and correctly. Now, that's a crazy offer. People are okay, I saw that comment. People are suddenly interested because that's a crazy offer. Now, there's also it's taught us a swiping method that I really liked. This is the method where you can take another person's headline and make it work for you. There are numerous headlines out there. We see amazing things every day. We know the contents that stop us in our track and make us watch and make us listen. Do you want to earn money at home by doing almost nothing? All those kind of headlines. You can swipe. That's the swiping technique. You can copy it and make it work for you. So you don't necessarily have to start looking for a way to create something new that nobody has seen before. Almost you go take go because we've seen a lot of things. How about you take something that somebody has done before and tailor it to suit your niche and tailor it to suit your own audience? So that's the headline. Then we move to the opening hook. This is after the headline. You've written that killer headline. Now they are reading. What is the next thing that you're telling the person? There's a question method. I use that a lot for my business, but I've learned so many other things. I don't think I'm going to change it. So, the question that we always are, do you want your child to excel? Do you want your child to succeed? Do you want your child to have straight A's? All those methods. We are used to that. Then there's the promise method. After enrolling, after this class, your child will pass all our exams. That's the promise. Straight. You're giving them guarantee, and I think it's the best. Because do you want your child to excel? Yes, parents will obviously answer yes, and it's a good way to keep them, wanting to continue reading. Because, okay, you've asked me the question, so what are you saying next? But you see that promise method, I really like it. Yeah, the question method is actually overused. But the promise method, I really, really like it because it shows assertiveness. It shows that you know what you're talking about. You promise them straight. After this class, your child is going to excel. Like, forget. Then there's the story method. Nigerians love an amazing story. If it's a video, and I think this will work for a video and an audio format better, find a way to give them a story. Just this morning, a client of mine, she called, okay, because she wanted to stop her daughter's classes because the school has done a compulsory summer class for her child because her child is in SS3 and she feels like it's going to be too much. I told her a story about when I was in secondary school. I When I was in SS1, I was failing woefully. I was in science class. My school wanted me to go to art class by force by fire. My father said no. So the school said they were going to, instead of me going home for the third time, I was going to stay in school and do a summer class. My dad said no. He said they should bring me home. I schooled in Ibadan. So I went back to Lagos. I came back to Lagos, sorry. And my dad got a private tutor for me. This man literally broke everything down in pieces and literally changed my life. I went back to the school. Not only did I start passing, I became the best in my class. By the time we finished, I was the highest in JAM exam, and I was one of the highest in WIPE, and I stayed in science classes. So that's the story I told this woman. I said, see, this school is not the problem. It's not that they are not teaching, but they will not do hands-on learning because they are teaching several students. She didn't leave. She stayed. She decided to stay. So you can use the story method for all your clients too. Now, the third part is you have to establish credibility. Okay, you said the question, you said promise, you said the story. Why should anybody believe you? Who are you? What are you talking about? I remember a few years back, I wanted to start a YouTube channel of telling people how to. I can't really remember how it is, but I think I was going to title it The Journey to Success or something like that. And I recorded the first episode. I really spent money and everything. I've edited it and I showed my dad because he's my biggest critic. I love that man. My dad said, why not become successful first? And in the moment, I was so angry because, like, I was all this. But then later, I thought about it. I want to tell people to be successful. Who am I? Why should anybody click on my YouTube channel to come and learn how to be successful? Kimoshe, do you understand? So you have to establish credibility. After you've said the amazing headline, after you've done the opening hook, now tell people why they should listen to you, why you deserve to have this authority, why your input matters, why they should listen to you. Establish credibility. You can do this by dropping your CV. Some people have amazing CVs. I can't, PhD, MSc. You drop your CV. But then that's not just what it's about CV. You can tell them you are the so person at this, general sales manager at Prudent Energy, blah, 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 20 years work experience in the sales field. So why wouldn't I learn how to sell from you? Now, the second one is you can use testimonials. You can use testimonials from your customers, real customers. You can say, there's this one I always use for Kingston Tutors. We taught over 200 students and we're just getting started. It's a good one because if you've taught so many people, there's a reason why people keep coming to you. It's not because you have to be doing something right if people are coming back to you. Okay, so I have to pass. And there's the product introduction. That's the next one. And to introduce your product, just write what the product is about. So after you've done the headline, you've done the opening hook, you've established credibility, you've told them who you are and why they should listen to you. Then you do your product headline, product introduction. That's when you tell people that's when you tell people what the product is about. And this is when you should add your benefits, the benefits of the product, the bonuses that they stand to gain in the product, and if they buy this product, and then the guarantee. You can tell people that if you don't, you gave this amazing example. If you don't, if your business doesn't change after you buy this book, we're going to give you your money back. And then after that, you should do the scarcity method. Show them that there's a sense of urgency that they should buy it. Show them that it's limited or that there's a price appeal. Oh, we're giving discount to the first 1,000 people, and after that, we're going to remove the discount. So suddenly people feel like, oh, there's a sense of urgency and why they should buy it. Let's just show them the ordering process. Oh, to order, place an order by DM, place an order by calling this number, blah, blah, blah. Then close your sales letter by telling them that we hope to see you soon. We look forward to offering our service to you. We trust that we hear from you. All those amazing closing methods to end your sales letter. And then he said something really nice. It's about the postscript. I don't know if you see some sales letter, often at the bottom they write PS and then they write something, which makes it seem like they forgot to write something initially, but that's not it. They did not forget. The deliberate method to catch the reader's attention, because a lot of people have this habit of scrolling to the last part instead of reading through. So that way you've caught the person's attention with whatever you put in the PS, and now they want to actually read the sales letter. So thank you very much, and I hope I did justice to the chapter.
Thank you so much. You did more than justice to the chapter. It was a very interesting one, and I think we should find a way to introduce you to Tim Cook for promoting one of their products. Thank you so much. So now we want to move on to the next person. One of the giants amongst us. She's taking two chapters, chapter 8 and chapter 9. And these two chapters speak about Nigerians' love stories. Tell them some. That's chapter 8. Chapter 9, the kind of products Nigerians love to buy. And the giant amongst us is Musaiba Abdul Fattah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Wa alaikum salam.
All right, Alhamdulillah. I'm not a giant, regardless of what anybody is saying. Okay, so moving on to chapter 8, where we're talking about how Nigerians love stories. So the author, Aki Alabi, started with telling us this really interesting story about the time when he wanted to get the attention of one girl, and then he was performing magic tricks at a party. And we got really hooked. If you read the chapter, you'll agree with me that you were really looking forward to get to the end of that story, only for him to tell us at the end that he made up the story, right? That it was made up, and that he said that he made up that story to teach us a marketing lesson. So the marketing lesson is that generally people sell more when they can master the art of storytelling. So when you're able to tell people stories, uh, you'll be able to sell more. So that's one of the benefits of telling stories, right? And a lot of us here, as we can see on the slide, we all watched Super Story. Is there anybody here that did not watch Super Story while they were growing up? I know I did. I remember In and Friends. I remember um it was In and Friends part of Super Story. It was just part of like that family shows that we used to watch. I remember, is there anybody here that can actually share some of the Super Story series? Like if you can remember anyone, please share. Yeah, so uh we all remember Super Story, or if not, we remember Details by Moonlight, remember um so many shows, whether Yoruba movies, whether the Spanish telenovelas that they had on TV while we're growing up. And the thing about these stories is that uh when you tell good stories, yeah, people are able to connect with it, and we're able to just recognize and okay, I'm seeing responses. We have Super Story, This Life, My Dad and I, Winter and Friends, The Promise, For the House of Commotion. HS said, now rich kid go remember that one about Tales. No, Tales by Moonlight. I think they used to show it on, was it Galaxy TV then? So yeah, everybody is familiar with all these stories from our past. So one thing that these stories do is they make us connect with products. So based on the story that he told earlier about the party tricks, it allowed us to connect with the product and the market. So we indirectly learned about like magic tricks and stuff. And also for these TV shows and TV series that we grew up with, we were also able to learn different things from, okay, how to live with, like how to live in a polygamous home, for example, in Fuji House of Commotion, how there were several wives and they were always fighting. So people were able to learn and they were able to connect with that. Another thing that stories do is they make us visualize. So you're able to, like Hamida explained, how to make your child a genius in 7 days. That's also a form of storytelling, because if it's a TV ad, they're going to show you how a child became very smart after attending the tutorials. And then you find yourself um picturing and visualizing yourself either as that person, or you're visualizing your child or your niece or your nephew as that person that suddenly became a genius. So that's what stories can do. So moving on to the next chapter, this is where we're going to talk about the products that Nigerians love to buy, right? So Nigerians love enjoyment. My goodness. I think, was it yesterday? Almost everybody attended a wedding yesterday, or a graduation party, or a graduation event. Me, I was in my hostel in school. I was on my bed, but more than 10 people that I checked their statuses, WhatsApp statuses yesterday, they went out. So you can tell, like, everybody is complaining about how there's no money in the country. But then, where are they finding money to do wedding? Where are they finding money to go out? If you go to a restaurant or different restaurants, you just find them full. And Nigerians will always tell you that there's no money. But we like to enjoy ourselves. We like to have fun. We like to party. And that's just, if you're a, how will I put it, if you're someone who wants to start selling stuff, a good market for you to key into is the kind of market that's going to cater to Nigerians enjoying themselves. For example, either you're going into catering, you're going into event planning, or all these types of jobs that involves you just helping people have fun and enjoy themselves. Um, so yeah, that's one type of product that Nigerians like. The second product, another product that Nigerians like is herbal. They like herbal products. So when you're, let's say you're in Lagos and you're inside a bus at a particular point in your journey. That's happened to me one time. I think I was going from Ikorodu to, I don't know, I was going from Ikorodu to normal mainland, Sha, let's put it that way. And then this man stood up, he started talking about this drug. I mean, no, this drug that he had, that, okay, this drug I'm holding in my hand is going to cure cancer, it's going to cure infertility, it's going to cure. And me, I was looking at him as the educated child I am, that, okay, nobody's going to fall for this. You're saying nonsense. But not educated per se, because I don't believe that all the people on the bus were ignorant, but it was just like, people like to have faith in certain things, and more than half of the people ended up buying from the man. And I was like, okay, that's very interesting. That is really, really interesting. But herbal products, Nigerians like to buy things uh like that. Even like all these agbo sellers, and you see people buying, oh, okay, give me 500 naira worth of agbo or whatever. Even when you see herbal, like let me relate it to us that were on this call. I'm sure when you see maybe your toothpaste having, oh, herbal toothpaste, you find yourself gravitating towards it because it's natural in code and it's going to be good. Um, Another thing that Nigerians like, we'll talk about marriage and relationships. This one, we don't even need to go too far. Just look at NGM. Every other day, we're talking about NGM 3.0, and we have the ambassador for that on this call. So we're always talking about marriage and relationships. So if you're sort of like keen into that industry, you find yourself, maybe you're becoming a matchmaker, you're authoring a book, you're even organizing events, like, okay, event planning and stuff, just keen into that business, maybe organizing classes on how to get that man in 2 weeks, or how to find the love of your life, stuff like that. You're definitely going to find Nigerians buying from you. Another sort of like industry that you can sell products that Nigerians would definitely buy from you is the beauty industry. So we love to buy beauty products. We love to have that smooth face with no pimples. We love to look better, want to look good, want to smell nice. Nigerians are obsessed with this, right? And according to the World Health Organization, according to Akian, he said that 77% of women in Nigeria use skin lightening products, and that's the world's highest percentage. So, everybody wants to look good, everybody wants to buy things that will solve their problems and they can be perfect, forgetting that perfection doesn't really exist. And, if you're someone who likes to sell stuff and you get into this market and you have the same products, people are going to buy from you, whether you're selling body creams, body washes, bar soaps, whatever, right? So the last but not the least is Jackpot. Nigerians will buy from you if you're doing anything relating to Jackpot. Like, even I think earlier this year, we had a Jackpot session for an Elia and I event, and the turnout was fantastic. Subhanallah, we had so many people turn up. We had a lot of non-members turn up because everybody wants to jackpot. So we like to gravitate towards things that talk about that. So the early and I session was free, but of course, even if it was paid, we'd have seen people that would pay for it because everybody wants to relocate. It's also why we have like agents that are making bastard money from people, because They'll tell you, you know what, I can help you travel to the US, I can help you travel to the UK, and they'll collect huge sums of money from Nigerians. So yeah, I think that's it for chapter 8 and 9. I will hand the microphone to HS now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eva. When I said one of the giants amongst us, I was very real about it. Thank you so much for the review. So we move on to the last chapter, which is we're behind schedule. So I'll try as much as possible to quickly do this chapter so we can have one or two people on the call share with us more experiences, right? So additional techniques that will work for you. We've um learned a lot of techniques before now, sales letter, having a crazy or having a crazy headlines for your sales letters, offering people crazy offers, and so many techniques. But these are five additional ones that Akin has mentioned. Using lotteries and raffles will bring you more customers, right? And the explanation he gave to this is at the beginning of the year, you can, when you post your sales letters or content on WhatsApp, Facebook, or any other social media platform, you can tell people that at the end of the year, you would randomly pick one of your customers, and you would randomly pick one of your customers and gift them iPhone 14, right? When Nigerians see this, they know that the probability of them getting it is 0.0000001%, but they would still want to try it because iPhone 14 offer is juicy, right? Of course, iPhone 14 based on your revenue. I don't expect somebody selling. Don't let me make examples so that it won't sound as if I am being specific. But of course, this is dependent on your offer. When you do this, or you just tell people that this coming Friday you want to do TGIF for your customers, and you'll be picking five people that you want to have a hangout with at blah blah blah. Patronize me between Monday and Wednesday to be part of the lucky winners of this hangout offer. Trust me, so many people would patronize you even when they don't need what you are selling because they just want to hang out with you. The next one is understanding the sachetization of the Nigerian market. This example is direct, or this tip is direct because Aki Alabi, as he made mention of an example that is very relatable to everyone. Cowbell, picnic. Look at this product. They used to be in can. They used to be in big nylon that the low income earners would not be able to patronize them. But what they did was to sachetize their business so that everybody can actually get it. Another example is not a very good example, Baba Jebu, right? What we used to know is that people gamble with expensive things. Properties with their wives, right? Things that are not easily affordable by low income earners. But Baba Jebu sachetized the business, right? And he brought it to the low income earners, such that low income earners play Baba Jebu more than people who have millions and billions of naira. You get, so it's a way of having more reach to more customers, and also it's a way of making more profit. Though a caveat is there, it would be more stressful. Sachetizing your product would be more stressful, right? So the next one is there's a huge market for luxurious products and services. Trust me, Nigerians, one of the previous reviewers mentioned this. Nigerians love luxurious things. They want high class services, right? So if you can make your product luxurious, look at iPhone for example. iPhone is big and they have a lot of customers in Nigeria. Right, we have so many people use iPhone that you would now even start thinking that is iPhone so cheap that everybody is using it. But at the end, you would say no, it is not cheap because I am not using iPhone. You answer yourself, and it is because a lot of Nigerians love luxurious products and services. If you can make your services luxurious, say for example, which example comes to head now? I'm not able to give an example now, but I am sure that the message is clear. The next one is be ready to evolve. Right, you don't want to be stagnant, and I would not like to give example of businesses that did not evolve with time, and we know where they are today. Right, I'll not give example. That's that on that. Then the last one is building hypes and anticipation around your product work. I mean, around your product work. Is this building hypes and anticipation around your product works, or building hypes and anticipation around your product's work? I mean, whichever way. The message is that build hypes and anticipation about your services, about your product. You can easily relate with iPhone. Apple um, Apple makes post about the next version of iPhone that would be released about 1 year before the production, and you wonder, and you see so many people anticipating it. Right, even me myself, I'm already anticipating iPhone 15 because of the hypes and anticipation around it. So, and I know a lot of SMEs make use of this strategy, and I am very sure that it works. Before I started HS tutorial, right, what I usually did on my status, right, was to post questions about mathematics, explain it to people, tell people that yes, alhamdulillah, I can solve one or two questions, or I am quite good in mathematics. I built that confidence. I was able to create that hype and anticipation. And as soon as I released the HS tutorial flyers, I could see so many people even recommending me to people that I don't have on my CL because of the anticipation, because of the way I have hyped my mathematics knowledge on my status. This program is also an example. What I did on my status for the last 2 weeks, I gave a review, a mini review of this book on my statuses. I have people engaged with some of the questions I asked on my status, and at the end, I tell people that we are going to be having this book review session today. And trust me, I can see so many people from my CLs who are not even NGM members on this call. Right, it is a way of getting more customers. It is a way of creating that anticipation in people, even if they don't want to patronize you. They are aware and can always recommend you to someone else. I believe that I have been able to uh, explain these 5 additional techniques. And in conclusion, right, thank you for listening. But before that, in conclusion, we have heard a lot of techniques, a lot of tips on how to grow our revenue, how to grow our customer base, and how to maintain our customers. But trust me, 80%, Aki Alabi mentioned this, I have not been able to validate it. 80% of people who listen to sessions like this do not implement whatever they have listened to. And I want to implore you to be part of the 20% of people who listen to this that implement it. Let us go back to our businesses, re-strategize, think about the methods that have been mentioned on this call today, and think of the possibility. Of course, most of what we have said is highly dependent on your business model. The examples we have given may not exactly apply to your business, but of course, you can pick insight from what we have said. And trust me, if you do all this, I can assure you that you will be happy at the end of every financial year of your business. Thank you all for listening. At this point, would like to take comments if you have before we get closing remark from or before I hand over back to Mujahid, thank you so much for listening. Yes. So if you have comments, I can see hands already. Okay. Mr. Atere, please could you unmute yourself and share with us?
Naam, assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa
I must say
barakatuh.
this session has been very insightful. I want to thank all of the presenters. It's been wonderful so far. One thing I came across while I was reading the book, I think that was in chapter 1. It was something the author mentioned. I think, so to speak, he said Nigerians would rather pay more when they feel they are ripping you off than pay less feeling ripped off themselves. And I could actually relate with that because when I was starting my business then, I was selling laptops and other gadgets, smartphones. And you know how for startups, retailers generally, the most pervasive notion is to have your prices be lowered than the competition. I mean, that was the easiest strategy to employ. And then let's say, for example, I was selling a laptop or the competition is selling a laptop for perhaps 400,000 naira. I would lower my price, maybe sell mine for 350, making a profit of like 10 to 20K or 20 to 30 on a very good day. And another mistake I made then was using my own personal preference as a buyer to employing that as a seller. And what I mean is that I hate haggling prices. So maybe if I go to a market and then someone says a shirt costs 10,000 naira, which perhaps I know maybe I've gotten something like that for 2,000 naira before in the past, I would find it hard to haggle price, being afraid of being rude or something. So that's why I think most of us prefer supermarkets where the prices are there for you to see, if you can afford it or not, if it's worth it or not. So I made my prices firm. So if a laptop was going for 350, I was selling it for 350, the price would be 350, no room for haggling price. So I noticed that although because of the fact that the prices were low, buyers were coming in, but we would spend minutes, a lot of time haggling, going back and forth. The buyer would be like, this is 350, can I get it for probably 330, 320? And I'm like, no, this price is firm. We'll be like, please just take off something, maybe 5,000. And I'm like, no, it's firm. I'll tell them, you can check anywhere. That's possibly the best price you could get. And the truth is, the buyers, they are aware because I'm a startup. I'm new to the market, but you're able to find me, which would mean that perhaps you've made your research and then you think, this person has a better price than all I've seen. But then, even if they do go ahead and buy the laptop at that price, there's still that feeling of not being satisfied, I think. So after a while, maybe after I got like more sales, the brand, at that point, the focus was just brand awareness, not profit, since I was selling for minimum profit just to get more customers. But after a while, after we've gotten like to some level in brand awareness, I noticed that I decided to change the strategy. I increased the price to 400 for a laptop that is selling for 350. I'm listing it for 400. You're selling for 150. I'm listing for 200. So I noticed when buyers come in, they would negotiate price. They would be like, this laptop you're selling for 350. Can I please get it for 400 rather? Please, can I get it for 380 or 370? And I'm like, of course, you can get it for 380. I mean, in my mind, this is a huge amount of profit. Maybe sometimes I was making 20K and now I'm making 40K profit. So, and the customers are happy. They're like, oh, this guy is a good guy. He's selling this laptop for 400, but he's willing to let go a whole whooping amount sum of 20,000 naira. And as the author said, he said they feel as if they've ripped you off. I think that's actually extreme, actually. But to me, what it feels like is the buyers think, oh, this is a good seller. This is somebody I can recommend to anyone. They're happy. It's a win-win situation. Rather, it's a win-to-win situation for me because the customer is happy, I'm getting more referrals, and I'm making more compared to when my prices were firm. And one more thing. So I didn't actually realize it was a thing once I read the book, and I'm like, oh, so this was actually something. This was a phenomenon, actually. The second thing would be one mistake I made while I was at some point. With generally, if you have a business, definitely things will go wrong. No matter how hard you try, your business could be perfect. What you are selling could be excellent. It could be a late delivery. It could be that a mistake could just come up somewhere. Maybe not directly your fault, but things always go wrong in business. And one thing we've learned is to always make best use of the situation. And there was a point in time where a buyer bought a laptop, and I told them this laptop comes with 512 gig SSD. That's what it was advertised as when I got it. So they waited for like 2 weeks. There was some delay. The laptop came after. It came after 2 extra weeks. So it came after 4 weeks, despite the promised 2 weeks. And this person was a resident in the medical profession, and he was buying this laptop for his consultant because he recommended me to the consultant. So now the laptop came late. The storage was not as advertised. I was in trouble. I was so confused. I panicked. So I decided to cancel out all my profits. I told them, okay, this was the issue. There was an issue with the supplier, and this is what it is. I'm willing to reduce the price and all of that. So I didn't, he was like, okay, no problem. Although he was very disappointed, I was sure. So when I sent the laptop to him, he messaged me at some point. He was like, oh, wow, thank you. You actually included a 128 gig storage flash drive. I didn't tell him that. I just included it, made it a free delivery. I actually made losses there. But the idea was to just make the best use of the situation and somehow, if I could salvage it in any way. But I was sure I couldn't. But let me just leave a positive feeling in him. After like 3 months, this doctor, he came back and he ordered for another laptop. And I was like, wow, I actually never believed this man would come back after the whole thing. So when I was reading this book, I saw that the author said Nigerians could be nice. I think that's what, maybe this falls into that category. There's something they call the Pollyanna principle, positivity bias, which is a phenomenon where humans generally we tend to recall information in a positive light. So I think at this point, he probably the only thing he could recall was the positive side of the whole transaction. I mean, okay, he was able to reduce the price. He even added a storage to it and all of that. So that's kind of changed his mind, and maybe that's why he decided to um, buy again from me. So while reading the book, I thought, okay, wow, this author actually knows this business. So it was a very exciting read, and listening to you all add your own experiences to it made it quite insightful, really. So I want to thank everybody. And now, Jazakumullah khairan. That's just my own experience. Thank you.
I mean, this looked more like you are part of the reviewers of this book. Jazakumullah khairan for sharing. Thank you so much. In the absence of Ernst for contribution, I would like to invite our daddy, Al-Aji Nasu Giwa, to give his closing remark on this.
MashaAllah, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, HS. This is great. I think we've reviewed so many books, but this is very unique. Number one, a Nigerian author. Number two is about Nigeria. Number three is about making money. And number four, making money with by being a smart person. Because I think one way or the other, we all have we all sell. I mean, if you don't, for instance, this share will have to sell himself or to one Ajia to be able to inshallah, and if he's able to sell himself well, he will be lucky. So for whatever reason, for different reasons, we all have to be a salesperson one way or the other. Of course, a wife, we have to be a salesperson to the husband sometimes, and the husband, we have to be a salesperson to the wives sometimes as well. So this resonates so well with me because this is what I have done for so many years. And listening to everyone, like Atere Jr. said, You then went, oh, so this is what it is. Oh, so this is what I was doing. Oh, this is what this person was also trying to do to me. So thank you very much to our reviewer. It's beautiful and wonderful. I gain a lot. I don't know. I'm sure for so many of us here, you must have gained a lot. This is very practical, very natural. So it's something we are all taking back to go and practice if we are not already practicing it. And if we are practicing it, it's something we are going back to perfect more. So thank you to our reviewer. Thank you to the book review team for introducing this particular book. I'm going to go and look for it. Yes,
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear the call, but yes, thank you, everyone.
where is Abdul Basit? He's disappeared.
I understand that his phone is dead.
Okay. So we need to
Yeah.
commend them. This is beautiful. They did a good work mobilizing us.
Nah, mashallah.
And they did an excellent work selecting the panels. The panelists, you are great. HS, well done. It's long I've listened to you.
Thank you so much, sir. They set a trap for me that day.
They said, oh, but that's nice. It's a good practice for you. So
If-
someone said combo 3.0, you already have a
no,
strategy.
no, I'm not even talking about that. Imagine me leading a team where we have Ridwan Giwa, Sherif Alaraba.
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah. That's what
Ridwan Gani,
the
sorry.
leader does. The leader lead the expert.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank
All
you,
right.
Daddy.
So see you next month, inshallah, for the book.
So